Well, hello, and welcome back. Just 1 second here. Some clouds have come over, and now the lighting is all off. Let me boost this a little bit. There we go. A brighter, happier me despite the cloud cover. Let's see. I do have this streaming now. Good. Sound check. Mic checks. Good. Oh, I forgot to put on. Oh, my apologies for that. It looks like our coin drop didn't work. Let's try this again. All right, background music's on. Coin drop is on. Good. Cool. So, excuse me while I deal with my cold. Oh, wow. That sounds like sheets of rain. Yeah, interesting. Okay, so I'm thinking a couple of things to start. We're going to do this maybe two different ways. Okay, so one of the ways I want to do this is I just want to untar the file, edit some of the stuff that's inside it, and retar it again. So I think essentially we could, let's see. I think there's a special file we can create. I need to search for this again. But LXC first run. Let's see. Oh, you did hear it the first time? Interesting. It didn't show up on the soundboard the first time. No, see, then it showed up on the soundboard. So I don't know what to make of that. Let me make sure that the mic is actually the right mic. Obviously I can hear myself, but it is possible for the mic to. I have two virtual mics. One is with soundboard and one is duplexed. Okay, the one that's duplexed is the one that's shown is working right now. Let's move this over just a touch. How's it going, Dave? David? I forget. Do you prefer to be called David? Let's see here. Let's see. At provision launch time. Cloud init, yes. Oh, we also need to have cloud init on there. Install additional packages. Yes, this is exactly what I want to do. Oh no, XML files? Not what I want to do. I just want to give it a shell file and say, do this shell file. Oh, and also let us open up a Mountain Dew. Long day? Why is it a long day? What's going on? Cloud init and LXD triggers after the network is up. Alrighty. Run command on first boot only. Yes, this is what I want. Install packages. Yes, this is what I want. How do I do this? Create a container. Okay, this says XML. That was supposed to be YML. Yeah, well, I'm a little behind now because I was staying up late doing stuff, and then I wasn't getting enough sleep, and then I wasn't doing good enough work, and so I'm taking a half day off today. Well, it's always a half day on Mondays because I have JavaScript Jabber, but I got up a little later. Well, actually I got started about the same time. I got up a little earlier than usual, but I caught myself a rhinovirus. And this happens every time. Every time I go 2 weeks, approximately 2 weeks without adequate sleep, and as far as health is concerned, it is true that I can't catch up on sleep. I can't just sleep more the next day. For me to be feeling in top shape, I do need to be getting about 8 hours of sleep a night. But the thing is, I get excited, and then there's other issues, and it's hard to sleep. Okay, so I get this. Config. But this is not the way that I want to do it. How can I do this with Proxmox? Or maybe I don't need to use Proxmox for this. Cloud init support. Preparing cloud init templates. Only inside the VM. Okay. Deploying cloud init templates. So cloud init custom. Okay, let's go here. Let me get logged in. All right. Let's just see. If I go to create container, is there any cloud init stuff here? I don't think there is. I don't remember seeing anything about cloud init there. Is there a cloud init here? Is there a cloud init here? No, there isn't. Does cloud init only work with VMs, maybe? No cloud init drive found. So I'm not quite sure. Let's see. ADHD is a bugger for sleep, yeah. If I get stuck on a problem, if I'm deep into a project, sleep just isn't going to happen. I might as well stay up. Yeah. Well, the way that I get around that is I will listen typically between 30 minutes and an hour and a half. I'll listen to an audiobook or a podcast to fall asleep. I can't fall asleep. I cannot go to bed and fall asleep. But what will happen is I got to acknowledge that I don't feel like I can fall asleep. You have to acknowledge you have to have that mental awareness of acknowledging things and allow yourself, I'm not going to fall asleep in the next hour. That's okay. I'm not going to fall asleep in the next hour. That's okay. I'm going to become interested in this podcast. I'm not really interested in it during the first maybe 15 minutes or whatever, but I'm going to allow myself to become interested in this podcast and to want to keep listening to it. And at the time that my focus can shift from whatever it is my brain was stuck on to the podcast or the book, that often takes between 15 minutes up to maybe even an hour. But when my focus shifts and my brain is able to stop wanting to think about the other thing, that's about when I fall asleep. So I'll remember when I finally get into whatever it is I'm listening to, that's about the same point that I fall asleep. And what I use a sleep mask that I actually don't know. Sleep. Here we go. There are several different variations of this thing. They are all exactly the same thing. I think that we ended up getting one that was slightly more expensive because it seemed like it might have been a little more legit. I'm going to bring this over in just a second. Sleep headphones. There we go. Okay, this music is a little too energetic. I need something that's a little more... Let's go back to chiptunes. I'm going to do chiptunes today. So this is the thing that I got. And you can see there's a bunch of different sellers, but they even have the same... Most of them have the same stuff on the headband. It has the same words, enjoying. Interesting. So there's actually a few different ones that weren't there before when I was first doing this. But I got one of these ones. It says enjoying on the front. I think we got a brand that was $25 because I thought that maybe it wasn't the knockoff. Because I'm not sure which one is the original and which one's the knockoff, or if they're all knockoffs. But yeah, they all say enjoying, enjoying, enjoying. Oh, that one says something else, but it's the same one. It's probably just in a different language. Yeah. Anyway, so this has been helpful to me. I have ear pods that I've used while sleeping, but the thing is, eventually they would get ripped up. So I just have a little lightning adapter. And so I put the USB-C adapter on when I want to charge. Every few nights I charge the headphones. Or when I wake up, I'll charge the headphones. And then when I go to bed, I'll pull off the USB-C adapter, and then I'll put the lightning into my phone, and that's how I handle that. Okay, so I don't see anything cloud init for the containers. That's interesting. Okay, but there's this other thing that I just installed called lib guest fs. So we're gonna try with this one first. I guess we could just troot in there. Can I just go into the container without booting? So I've got a paradox of I need to install SSH, but I don't want the SSH keys to be initialized. Okay, Okay, let me check something out. I'm going to go ahead and open this up and just watch how something is deleted. So when we go to, let's see, I want to shut this down because I don't think I can delete it without shutting it down. Request URL. Okay, so I have to get all of this ID information. That's not what I was expecting. Oh, I think that that's actually just the... Okay, here we go. Let me get back over here to my scripts. Alright, so we're probably going to have a lot of the same stuff between these two things. Let me see here. Okay. Closed it and opened it back up so it would set the header information. Let's see, my auth, base URL, curl. That looks about right. And then we're going to do fn shutdown. And we're going to do my base URL. Oh, API 2, that's scary. Oh no, it's right there. It's API 2 there as well. Okay. So let's see, target node. Alright, and then this one, we're going to also have I like CID maybe? No, that's something we're gonna put. That's gonna be part of. Hold on. That's gonna be part of what we pass in, right? Let me just pull this in here. So we're not going to do this one. We're just going to do it like I had there before. But we need the container ID. And then we don't need all this stuff. We just need CTID, I'm pretty sure. Oh, no, that's not what we're going to do there. Alright, my container ID. Cloud is only for VMs, doesn't work with containers. Well, that's what you say. And I think that might be true for Proxmox, but that's not what this says right here. Now, this is from 2020, so that's not too old. I'd consider that pretty recent. LXD can use Cloud Init directive to run commands or scripts at first boot cycle. You need to set user.userData variable as follows for the Linux container. Now, interesting. I wonder if that is like DigitalOcean. Hold on. This is something that I've never understood. And I may have not understood it because the language may have been unclear to me. DigitalOcean user data. Maybe, because it didn't say this is what what this looks like. How to provide user data during droplet creation. About user data. Arbitrary data that a user can supply during its creation can be consumed by Cloud Init, typically during the first boot of a cloud server, to perform tasks. Okay. That's the missing piece that I never got. Metadata service IP. Okay. There we go. That's where I was confused all this time. Because I tried putting a shell script in there before. But that did not work. Now I get it. The light bulb just clicked. I probably didn't have the hash diddly in there correctly. Because what I didn't understand what this was saying, because it's saying arbitrary data, and then it's saying, but it can be consumed by Cloud Init. But what I was suspecting, and I'm still not sure if this is the case or not, but that you had to manually do something with whatever Cloud Init is. I wasn't familiar with it at that time. This I understood. So this one right here, metadata, okay, interfaces. Yeah. See, I thought I tried this. I thought I tried creating a VM with metadata. Wouldn't it be easier to write the script in JavaScript? Are you crazy? Blah 1. What the funky town are you coming from, man? Have you written? I mean, you might just be goofing with me. You might just, I mean, your username is blah 1. You might just be trolling me. But I don't know. I don't know how to respond to that. You want to write a system configuration script in JavaScript. Is that what you're saying? So you want an entire 100 megabytes of runtime to do something that could be done in a POSIX script, and to have to do exec instead of just using the tools. Okay, so let me take this seriously. I'm going to take a step back. I'm going to pretend, or not pretend. I'm going to take that you were being serious, and that you're being sincere, and you're not trolling me, and you're not joking. I'm going to answer honestly. Okay. No. It would not be easier to write this stuff in JavaScript, because you would have to do... If I had to go through lots of nested structures, JavaScript would be easier. But the shell is much easier for just running commands to take configuration variables and then do something with them with system tools that already exist. Because the system tools run from a shell. And the POSIX shell is pretty much the tiniest possible shell that you can have. So writing a POSIX script to use that data is going to be the simplest way to do it. And it doesn't require to have a JavaScript runtime installed. And a JavaScript runtime could be 10 times the size of your image. So for example, I'm looking at doing this with Alpine. The Alpine base image is 2 megabytes. 5 megabytes. I compressed it's 2 megabytes. 2.2. Let's see how many megabytes this thing is compressed real quick. So okay, so compressed, it's 2.9 megabytes. I'm just going to go ahead and try something out here. I'm going to go into this directory Alpine. We're going to do tar xvf, and then we're going to do Alpine guestfs. That's what I'm going to call this one. Okay, so du.sh. So it's 11 megabytes. So installing Node would be 5 times the size of this thing. I wonder if I can just troot this, and this will work out. What is true help? Okay. Option. Okay, and then we're going to do bin sh. So we do bin sh dash I. Okay. So if I just do apk add curl zip xz, looks like that may just work. APK update, maybe? Interesting. So, can I ping? Alright. True. Let me see. chroot network. I probably have to do a mount, proc, bind. I probably have to do all this stuff. In order to do a chroot. Okay. So this one, I just got to remember to delete it when I'm done, I guess. Okay, let's see what this looks like right now. Okay, it's an empty file. Okay, so it needs to exist, maybe. Empty file. Okay. I wonder if I need to do anything at all there. So, execa, how is that different from ZX? Alright, blah. Well, I'm sorry for taking it the wrong way. Oh, okay, it's by Cindersauruses rather than being from Google. This looks exactly like ZX. I don't know how the two are different, honestly. This looks so incredibly similar to ZX. So ZX is by Google, and this is the one that I'm familiar with. And Execa is by Cindersaurus, who creates lots of great stuff. But I don't know that it even matters. Oh my goodness, I tried doing this once. This is, I'm a little confused because, well, GitHub has probably updated their terms of service since, but I am the reason, I personally am the reason that GitHub changed their terms and service to not allow doing this. Because apparently I was the first person with popular enough repositories at the time to matter for whatever reason. I don't know. People complained. They reported my repositories. My organization got shut down, and just because they didn't like seeing it. I wasn't doing anything wrong. It was back when I was doing Daply, and I just put a Daply banner in every single one of my repos, and I did it in bulk. I did it across 200 repos or something, and somebody didn't like it, so they reported the organization, and GitHub took the organization down without any warning, and then later updated their policy to say that this kind of thing is not allowed. But I guess they've changed it since with introducing sponsor and all that stuff. But interesting, because just seeing that. Anyway, I guess it doesn't matter which one you do. I'm more of a fan. I would recommend people ZX to people, not because I have any special love for Google, but I just get the sense that this is written by people with a good engineering background. Oh, and they've updated it with a few extra things. That's nice. I don't think Spinner was here last time I looked. Oh, I don't think this Within was here last time I looked either. So this is the one that I would recommend to people is ZX. Okay, just started watching. Let me get back to this. Just started watching. Not sure what you're actually doing. Just thought Bash script looked complicated with functions. Bash is very, very simple, and it's not. I'm not doing Bash. I do POSIX, which is historical reasons. There's many different shells, and the base layer called POSIX is compatible between almost all of them. It's worth an extra 100 megabytes if it comes with a spinner. Well, I guess you're right. But you can do the spinner. So the spinner, you could do a spinner in a POSIX shell script. The way that the terminal works is you give it commands. Well, you don't give it commands. You give it characters, and some of the characters have a special meaning, such as go to beginning of line, like carriage return, and new line. So there is a control character to say go back to the beginning of line. There is a control character. So what you do is you say print / go to beginning of line, print pipe, go to the beginning of line, print / whoops, go to beginning of line. So that's how you do a spinner. Is you just I could do it with echo. I could just do echo, but then you'd have to do it with milliseconds as kind of be a little. You could do sleep 0.01, so that give you 10 milliseconds. Nah, so you want to be a little faster than that. Maybe sleep 0.5 or something like this. So you could do this. You could do echo, and we'd want to do single quotes, and then echo and sleep. But then you'd need the character, which I don't remember what it is, but it looks something like. Actually, I don't remember. I don't remember what the control character is, but you give it a control character. I think you'd actually have to use printf. You'd use printf, and then you'd use printf again, and then you would put in the control character sequence for back to beginning of line, and you would just do that over and over again. And then you'd make a function called spinner, and then you'd put that in there, and then you could do it. It ends up being very few lines of code, and you basically wait on a process. So you spin out the spinner as a separate process, or as a fork, a shell fork, and then you wait for the one process to finish, and then you capture the ID of your shell process that's writing the spinner, and then you kill it once the other process is waited. I've done it before. But anyway, what was I getting at here? Oh, so I want to say, so this is a file that we can just recreate, it looks like, with default permissions, no problem. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and let me go back to this thing I was looking at before y'all got me distracted. Alright, so let's see what happens if we just do resolve conf. Whoops. I'm interested to see how minimal we can be on this. I would imagine we can probably be pretty minimal. And then we could touch this with the same, I think it's -T, and then we could give it 2020, 2022, that would have to be, and then November 29, and then I think 02 25Z. I'm not actually sure. Oh, weird. It knows what time zone we're in. That's new. Anyway, so we could do something like this and then just touch etc resolve.conf and it should have those default permissions. Anyway, let me try the trut again. So I don't think the cloud init is not going to work for the existing Proxmox API. I could just double check on that, but I'm pretty sure we've pretty much confirmed that it's available from the command line. It's not available from the API. And for starters, I want to work with the API because it's already there. Let's see. Okay, API. They have another page. It's referenced somewhere in here where they have the full API. I don't remember where it went. Where did it go? Where is their documentation? Because this is the quick start, but they actually have a page with documentation that's a little bit more like what you'd expect. But I don't know where it went. It is somewhere. API URL. I don't know where it went. Oh, is this it? Oh, there it is. It's in the introduction. Easy to miss. Okay, so we could go to nodes, or storage, LXC, VMID, firewall, config. This is kind of hard to read. Let's see. I might need to make this smaller so that I can see enough of it at a time. Yeah, you have to have kind of a big monitor to read this thing. All right, there's no cloud init documentation here. But anyway, I think what I might be able to do what I want to do just by getting in here, modifying the image, and then repacking the image. That's what I'm hoping. And then I need to remove my traces, so I need to remove the bash history and some other stuff, but alright, let's try this again. APK update. Hey, it worked! APK add curl zip xz. Alright. And let's see. Curl. Now this one's a little tough because we actually, let's see. We need an update to the SSH config. What's something pretty innocuous? My IP. Alright, that one worked out okay. And then I do want to add... Is there an Alpine first boot file? Okay, let me check back on comments here. I'm going to look up a little bit, see if there are ones that I've missed. No, I don't use curses. So there is in curses, but no, I don't use anything that requires C if I can avoid it. I don't like, no, I would not use that. Me personally, I would write it in JavaScript before I'd write it with curses. Well, maybe if I could get whatever it is compiled with Zig, but I stay away from C and C++ because they are the devil. Most of the security vulnerabilities, Microsoft says something like 70% of the security vulnerabilities we have are because C and C++ suck, and oftentimes they're not very performant. They can be performant if you know how to do everything and set everything up, but they're not performant by default. If you just, open a file in C and start reading it, it's going to be slow. You have to set up a buffer and all this other stuff, right? So if you were to naively write a web server in JavaScript versus naively write a web server in C, it would be faster in JavaScript, right? Because there's so many system level things you need to know that are done when you're using something that's at a higher level. And then something like Zig makes that a little more apparent, and then Go. But I do like the idea of small file sizes, so Zig is something I'm really interested in. But no, I would not use curses, and those old libraries are the reason that shells are generally so bad and so stuck in the 70s. And I like fish. Anyway, can't you set up the image and machine with cloud in it, install, download, and run what you want? Well, that was the question, right? The question is, because what I want to be able to do is I want to be able to use the Proxmox API. And this throws me off because Proxmox is actually capitalized with only the P and not the M when you write it out. But it looks like, because of the difference in color, that the correct way to write it would be with a capital M. But it's actually not. It's one word, Proxmox. Not a title case 2 word. Anyway, that's whatever. So I'm interested in playing around with containers. I might also want to play around with VMs, and maybe VMs are the right way to go with. But I want to be able to get containers set up quickly, which are, my understanding is they're kind of the halfway between a chroot, a chroot, and a VM. You have a lot of control over CPU usage and memory and stuff like that, which you don't have with a chroot, but it doesn't require having its own kernel. It runs on the kernel of the system. I am not sure if your Mountain Dew can is small or if your hands are big. So you decide. Is my Mountain Dew small or are my hands big? So I want to play around with the Cloud Init stuff. And there is Cloud Init support for containers, but it's not exposed through the Proxmox API. And for what I'm doing, it's more important for me to be able to use the API. So I'm just going to try to set up this server pretty correctly. And let's see. Yeah, because the container starts from a init. So anyway, I think what I can do is I think I can just install SSH. Hold on, I'm going to back out of here. I can probably make a small change to the init system. Okay, hold on. Just making some notes to myself real quick. Curl zip xz. I'm gonna go ahead and install fish in there too. I'm gonna get this set up as a development environment. APK add fish. Wow, that bloated the image size hugely. That was basically 14 megabytes all on its own. See, curses, readline. It's interesting to me that fish actually uses readline. I don't know what it uses it for. Maybe the new version of readline allows you to do what fish is doing, but I thought that was one of the advantages of fish, is that it doesn't use readline, which is why it can have nice autocomplete and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So all of this install works. So here's what I want to do. I'm going to exit out of this. I'm going to actually go up a level here. And we're going to do Alpine to Alpine 3.17 custom. Okay. Now I'm going to go back into that chroot. Whoops. And I'm going to go, yeah, I'm going to go back into this, and then what is it that I wanted to do here? Oh, I want to see what changes when I add SSH. Dang, that made it big again. That's 5 megabytes just for SSH. Maybe I should have used drop bear instead. But anyway, okay, so I'm going to exit out of this. And then if I add cloud init, which we don't need to add cloud init because there's nothing that we can do with it. I was going to add cloud init, but I'll figure that out later. I'll try this the VM way as well later. Okay, so what I wanted to do essentially was just diff. Let's see. I think I just wanted diff-r. Is that what I want? Yeah. Diff-r between Alpine and Alpine custom. Interesting. And I want to make sure that this didn't... Okay. Alright, that's... Okay. See if I can get a diff-y maybe. Okay, that was no good. I just want to see... Interesting. What is... I'm guessing it's a broken link. Yeah, it's a broken link because it's probably from root. Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So I'm not interested in that. Maybe we can just do dev null on this. Find SSL. Alright. Ash history. I want to get rid of that. Or maybe not. I guess it doesn't matter. Well, what is all this stuff? Hold on. Installed. Okay, that makes sense. Alright. Etsy. I think Etsy is what I'm most interested in, actually. Because I'm pretty sure that is where the SSH keys get generated. Okay, cool. So if we install it, but we don't start it, then this looks right to me. Okay, so I think I can just do that and then zip it back up. I think it'll be good. I'm going to try this one more time. Out.diff. So Ansible. I don't know. Isn't Ansible for configuring a bunch of systems? I don't know if that's what I want. I want to be able to create a few different images from which many things can be created. Someone else using this system might want to use Ansible. But I don't... Yeah, I think that Ansible is mostly for within one organization. I could be wrong about that. Yeah. I'm so glad that... Well, I don't know where they took it from, because there's two places where Ansible originates from. It originates from The Dispossessed, which is a dystopian novel about a society where people don't have the vocabulary for your and my. So dispossessed, they don't have possessive pronouns, and they don't have, their language doesn't have possessive stuff, because they're supposed to be in this utopia where everyone shares and everyone loves and yada yada yada. And the Ansible is how they communicate with the other planets. But then the Ansible was picked up by Ender's Game. And that's the method of communication in Ender's Game as well. And I think it was named Ansible in both. So Orson Scott Card was giving a nod to, I forget her name, Le Guin something. And I wonder why she called it the Ansible. But yeah, in both cases it was alien technology that they adopted. Or actually, I think the Ansible in The Dispossessed was different. Ursula Le Guin. Huh. Interesting. Okay. Their website looks too official. Yeah, I believe I looked at it back when it wasn't so official. Isn't it so weird that as things grow in popularity, they become more abstract and complex? Think about GitHub, right? GitHub used to be, hey, this is really simple. What you're going to do is git clone and git push. And now their website is team scale for enterprise. Or what? Let me see if I can. Their website doesn't even say what they do. Yeah, I mean, look at this. It went from hey, we help you get clone stuff to I mean, now they're a CI/CD pipeline or something. GitHub Copilot. It doesn't even mention Git. It's like, what? That happens with so many websites. It's like call to learn about our white paper. Like, well, what do you do? What do you do? Why do I want the white paper? So many websites. We save enterprise 100K million thousand ROI. Like, I'm trying to just throw out the acronyms. You got the ROI. You've got the TCO, total cost of ownership. They just a bunch of acronyms. It doesn't even say what they do. Yeah, so this I don't think is a good use case for Ansible. I think it is a good use case for Cloud Init, and I could certainly write an API that will run the Cloud Init stuff. We owe a lot to Red Hat. They don't get a lot of love these days, but they pretty much single-handedly pay for kernel development, as I understand it. People gripe about Ubuntu because Ubuntu doesn't pay for kernel development. Okay. LXD. Cloud Init. So yeah, Cloud Init is what I want. Or at least it is a right tool for the job. Now it's not clear to me adding users, that's what I want to do. But I'm not actually interested in that bit. So this does not give me the specifics of how it's actually used. I want to say, so if I want to start the container with Cloud Init, what do I do? To use Cloud Init, that makes sense. User data formats. In my experience, so I tried this. I'm going back to the DigitalOcean. I tried this exact example of echo. Well, I just made it really simple. I just made it echo hello var into. I think I just put it at the root index.html. I think is what I did, and that did not work for me. Maybe I didn't put the bin sh up top. So I'd be interested to try that again and see if it works now that I have a better understanding of Cloud.init stuff. Meaning that I know that it's a thing and I know what its purpose is. Whereas before I just read Cloud.init and I'm like, okay, great, Cloud.init. Why doesn't it just work? But still here, I'm a little confused because it's telling me it's not giving me the missing piece here. Okay, there's a config file. Where does the config file go? Can be used and upgrade, blah, blah, blah. User data format is being passed to Cloud.init. So maybe what I need to do, and maybe Proxmox doesn't have this in the API. Let me check. Okay, let me bring this over here. Let's say that I want to just exec while the thing is off. Maybe it does not have a way for me to do that. And I would have to build my own API around it. Because what I was hoping was that Proxmox is kind of an all-in-one solution. But maybe it is very limited in its purpose. I'm not that familiar with it. mtunnel. Okay, resize. Cool. Okay, I was wondering about this earlier, how this works out. And it looks like so what you want to do if you want is so I did something like this back in the day. We took data that was supposed to go to VGA, and then we turned it into PNG and served it over the web. This is for a radar system that I worked on back when I was in college. And that it looks like that's what this is. This oh no, never mind. This might be something different. Oh, that might be a diagram. Railroad diagram. Is that the railroad diagram? Never mind. I thought this was the remote desktop. I thought RD was remote desktop or something. The VGA connection, which maybe that's in here. Oh, VNC. Okay, VNC proxy, VNC WebSocket. There we go. So it's VNC. Got it. That makes sense. Okay. So what I don't see in here is how to execute something. Template. Okay. So my guess is that all I would have to do to make this do what I want it to do, all I would have to do is create a web service that will run an LXC exec before we run LXC start. And my guess is that status, yeah, so start, get what current is, reboot, resume, shut down, start, stop. Okay, shutdown is probably nice. Yeah, we shut down first and then we stop it. Suspend is going to keep the RAM and CPU state the same between a suspend and resume. But what we don't have, and I'll just do a quick search for this, but we don't have an exec. And that's what we would need. Okay. Oh. It's written in Perl. I don't want to touch it. Yeah, I think, from what I'm seeing, what Proxmox is going to be really great for is visualizing things at a glance and having a quick, clickable interface without a lot of, without having to do a lot of coding to get started. But I don't think that Proxmox is actually going to do what I want, because Proxmox, I don't think, is designed all the way for the purpose that I'm looking for. So, because I want to develop something that is more like DigitalOcean, and so I would need to exec Cloud.init. But I'm still a little confused, because it seems like in this LXD documentation, so the instance is already here. Run Cloud.init status. Because this doesn't feel like this is about... Okay, watch on YouTube. This doesn't feel like this is about how to use it with Linux containers. It feels like here's a primer on Cloud.init if you're using Linux containers. But I think what you do is you just run the LXD exec command and run it that way before you tell your user that the machine's created. Hold on. Round robin database. Hey Jojo Bite, I just saw that you checked in. Oh, that was a good 10 minutes ago. Okay, let me catch up on comments here. Well, I'm sure that you can run Ansible playbooks, but then don't you have to have Ansible installed as well? So let me give you a little bit of background. What I want to do is I want to create really low-cost containers. So I want them to be megabytes in size, not hundreds of megabytes, megabytes. Megabytes to a few dozen megabytes. And I want to have a couple of styles of container. So I want to have some things that are somewhat purpose-built. So I want to have some containers that are ready to go. Here's Alpine that runs Postgres. But I don't want it to be... I don't want the developer to be removed from the ability to debug. So I want the developer to actually be able to get access to the container. And perhaps Dropbear... I might need to learn about Dropbear, because Dropbear might be a better alternative to OpenSSH. But I'm not sure if Dropbear is only... Let's see, Dropbear server here. Okay. This appears to be both. Anyway. But again, I'd need to run some sort of exec thing on the container for drop bear for the very first run. Let's see. Anyway, I started another thought and didn't finish before. I think that Cloud Init is basically. I don't think that the way that Cloud Init works is if you get, it's supposed to take away the monopoly of the cloud provider service. So if you install Cloud Init on a system, you can take an image of that system, you can upload that image to another cloud provider, and when that cloud provider starts the VM, they inject Cloud Init as part of the VM. So in Proxmox for VMs, and it could be VMs or containers, for Proxmox, you can see, so this one's a VM, and you can see that it has Cloud Init right here. So you do have to do something to establish the Cloud Init drive. So this one was not configured with Cloud Init when it was configured, but you do something to configure. Let's see, create VM. Let's see, start delay. OS image TrueNAS. Version kernel. System. Let's see. QEMU agent disks. So I think you could add the disk here. CPU, memory, ballooning device. I wonder what that means. I have not been able to figure out what CPU units means. Because apparently its definition may have changed. But in order to define a vCPU, we do need to be able to define units as well. I'm thinking this might be saying that the default is 100%, because the default used to be 1,000 from the documentation that I could find, but it references a tool where you actually need to do some math because you need to find out how many, basically, vCPU BOGO MIPS it can do. So not regular BOGO MIPS, but vCPU BOGO MIPS, or vCPU power units, I think is what they call it. I think they call it power units. And so you take the power units, which is, I think, similar to BOGO MIPS, but different. And then you do some math, and then that's how you allocate to make sure. Because a vCPU, I am pretty sure that a vCPU is approximately 1 gigahertz at any given time and 500 megahertz dedicated when cloud providers say that. No network config. So I don't see anything about Cloud Init in here. So I think you have to do Cloud Init stuff on the command line, or maybe you have to do Cloud Init, here. Let's see, bus device, VirtIO, bandwidth, local storage, disk size. I don't know where the Cloud Init comes in. But somehow you configure Cloud Init, and if Cloud Init is configured, then you create this thing as a template, and then it takes a base image. So it alleviates the need for you to have to create a base image and have the differences between apt and GYUM and all that stuff. But I think that stuff is kind of in the weeds anyway. It's, if I'm going to build a system, I'm going to build the system pretty much the same. But I don't know. I'm not quite sure what it's all supposed to do. Okay. Run Ansible playbook from Cloud Init. Yeah. So explain to me just briefly, what is the problem that Ansible solves that you think that I might have? Okay, you install Ansible locally. On your target machine, you need Python 3 and SSH access. But that's part of my problem with these tools, is that they need to build the tools in Zig. That's what they need to do. They need to build them in Zig or in Rust. That gives you the same kind of nice, lightweight, easy to program feel as something like Python. Or you could use Go, but Go can get bloated pretty quickly. You need to write Go in the way that Go is intended to be written in order for the Go binaries to remain small. I mean, still, they're kind of big, because you're looking at, I think the minimum is right around 4 megabytes. If you want the hello world, it's somewhere between 2 and 4 megabytes, and it grows pretty quickly. But I think the problem with Go is that people abandon the Go philosophy and they just start dependency all the things, when the whole purpose of Go's interface system is so that you don't have to have dependencies. I mean, that's literally any two interfaces that match. So you're supposed to just copy interfaces between projects so that you never depend on another project. You just implement the interface, and then you never have dependencies. And then when you do need something to fulfill the interface, you pull that in. So your dependencies, again, should be wide, not deep. But people don't do the basic stuff you're supposed to do in Go, and they end up with really crappy situations where, you get a 50 megabyte program because you got a bunch of junk dependencies, which that's one of the things that Go was intended to. Like the design, you have to fight against the design of Go to make this happen, but that's what people do. Okay. Okay, but how would this help with Ansible? I want to be able to. I'm trying to create DigitalOcean, essentially. I'm working with JojoByte and Ryan, and we are creating a privately owned DigitalOcean. So the prices don't scale to call for enterprise pricing after just a couple of units of whatever. We buy the servers, and the servers gives us tons of capacity for very little cost. And we want to make this available for ourselves so that anytime we want something, to just finger snap, run a command, boom, we've got the instance, SSH in, get it set up. And so I want a few instances that are basically, this is what I want on my instance. I basically want, XYZ things. Just out of the box, I want it to have those things. But JojoByte is going to be a little bit different, and Ryan's going to be a little bit different. And the clients that we have, which include friends and family, as well as some clients that we do work for, their instances might be a little bit different. So there's the database instances, I imagine, are pretty much going to be the same. We're going to want to spin up a Postgres container. All the Postgres containers are going to be basically the same. We'll need something to exec into that container to set the database name and some stuff like that, which Cloud Init could be useful for. But we don't, and I think in our case, I think the guestfs utility is probably better than the Cloud Init utility, or in a lot of cases, what I just did here will probably work just fine. Because if we can just chroot in, run 3 commands and get out, we can make images that way. But I don't want to manage these things as a unit. And I don't want to have a bunch of custom config, bespoke config for something that's already standardized, right? So, yes, we'll have Ubuntu and Alpine and maybe upload your own image. And that's going to be the option. So it's not like we need to manage 10 different versions of Debian and 10 different versions of an RPM-based system and 10 different versions of, we don't need all of that. So the idea of something like Ansible or even Cloud Init to some degree it's a little over the top. All we need is something that says, okay, we've got a POSIX script. The POSIX script between these two things has a slight variation. I mean, you can just do that in an if block, right? You can say, my package install equals apt-get install-y, or apk add. And the package names are almost always the same, and we're only going to need to install very basic things, like SSH. So I don't see this as being something where we need a lot of overhead and a lot of system management stuff, because these systems are not necessarily connected, and the things that we need to do are things that take 2 or 3 commands. So all I need is a way to say, hey, I want something to run on the first boot and then delete itself. And there might be something like that. You know, there may be in Alpine and in Ubuntu a first boot file, and if we just know that, we don't need all of the overhead of what Docker provides or what Ansible provides. It's not to say that it couldn't be useful in another context, but I don't fundamentally want that layer of abstraction at this stage. I don't personally understand why that would benefit me. It sounds like just learning more stuff because it's cool and popular. And so if it makes it simpler, then great. But what I'm seeing right now is that we're pretty much at the base level simplicity. It's just that the API that I have doesn't have a command that I want. And so I would just need to add something on top and have the reverse proxy say, hey, if we hit /API custom, go do this, and then we add in there the exec feature. So that's kind of what I'm seeing. But I'd imagine that these probably have some sort of first boot file. There we go. First boot script. And I think it's going to be different for Ubuntu. Alright, yeah, this is simple enough. I don't think that $0 is bash specific. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's just POSIX stuff. And that would need to have quotes around it. I'm going to click improve this answer. Hold on. I'm going to go use my superpowers for good. Oh, I don't have superpowers on Ubuntu. Oh no. Interesting. Okay, and I think that Alpine also has this. So this would probably work. This is probably a decent solution. Let me just check here. Okay, Alpine, custom. What are we doing here? Etsy. init.d. Oh, first boot. Well, look at that. The first boot init service. OpenRC first boot. Let's look at that real quick. I don't think that creating private cloud is a trivial task. Well, do you understand what it is? So basically, Proxmox is... So okay. Creating a virtual machine is a pretty trivial task, right? We can agree on that? So Proxmox makes it trivial to set up a private cloud. So, yeah, you buy some hardware, but the setup on each server is something in the order of 30 minutes. So we're only going to start with 3 servers, that's the minimum, and then have a 4th spare. But the setup on these is going to be something like half an hour. If we get to the point where we're setting up, 10 servers a year or 100 servers a year or whatever, then we can automate some of that. We can do some pre-imaging. We can, we can get some of the, we can basically do what I'm doing now with this Alpine image. We could do that to our installer ISO, to have our installer ISO run without, do an unattended install, right? But once you have Proxmox running and set up, once you've chosen the config options and you've set it up, you just kind of set it up once. And then you just plug and play with servers, right? If a drive goes bad, you call up the data center, you say, hey, you pay them something like $200. So they have a tech walk down to your row and then open up your cabinet, and then you have a box full of spare parts, spare drive, spare network switch. You've got a spare server in the rack. Then you just call them up, and they're familiar with it. They've done this for other customers, and you just call them up and you say, hey, we'd like, you can either go down there or you can call them up and you say, hey, will you pull 3 cold spare drives out of the box and put them in the system that has the blinking red light? And that's your maintenance. So very rarely you pay $200 to have somebody walk over and unplug something and plug something else back in for you and maybe undo a screw and redo a screw. And then when you want to grow it, it's very simple. You spend 30 minutes to configure the server, you drive up to the data center, you put the new server in. So my initial thought on this was, and this is one of the reasons I didn't do it sooner, was I thought, oh my gosh, it's going to be so complex, I'm never going to be able to do it. But Ryan has done this stuff a lot. He's an IT guy. And so he's done this a ton, not in the exact configuration that we're doing, but in similar configurations. So yeah, he's got to learn a little bit. But with that knowledge learned, and we're going to be documenting the process. So when we set up the servers, before we put them in the data center, we're going to be videoing and screen recording the entire process so we have it internally. And then we're going to be documenting that so that any of the 3 of us, if somebody gets hit by a bus, can do the maintenance of, here's the 30-minute process for setting up the server. Here's how to plug it into the switch. If the switch dies, here's how to configure the new switch. And we just have hot spares in the or cold spares in the cabinet. So that's not really that difficult. And then Proxmox, as you can see here, it's it's not that difficult. So the part that everybody has to do, no matter what, is you have to take payments and you have to do user management, right? You have to say, okay, these specific resources, the user, based on what they're paying, is allowed to access this stuff, and you have to do checks. You have to say, okay, we're provisioning people so much RAM. We have so much RAM we can provision. We have to store that in a database, and we have to have a web app that that stores that in it. And that's the same thing everybody has to do, right? So there's nothing really special about it aside, outside of what you do for any app. Every app needs these things. So there's a little bit of special stuff we have to do on the command line, but pretty much everything's already been done. And the more I'm reading about what DigitalOcean is doing, the more I'm realizing, it's all the same stuff, right? We literally are just going to be a few months ahead of DigitalOcean in terms of our feature set, because DigitalOcean is going to have, much longer process. And some of these things they haven't adopted because DigitalOcean started a certain way. They built their software based on certain constructs, and the underlying software that DigitalOcean is using with LXC, LXD, QEMU, etc., the underlying stuff that they're using has changed, but they can't update to the latest because they've built their, they've got a big platform on this, right? So we'll have a better snapshot system. We'll have better reliability on OS drives and similar reliability on, the same reliability essentially on the storage drives, because it's all standard stuff. It's Cloud Init, it's LXD, it's QEMU, it's Ceph, and it's there's not a lot of, from what I can tell, and this makes sense because most companies that launch with a beautiful interface because they figured out how to do something that was ugly, and they just made that thing that was ugly pretty, and then they launched it. So I think that it's actually, it takes somebody who has the skills, who's done it before, to set it up. It would be really hard for me to learn all this from scratch, but I don't really have to learn it from scratch, and all of the software is already there. So that's my thoughts. Sounds like Kubernetes for me. Everything in containers, and there should be some ready to use panels, configurators, OpenStack. I'll take a look at OpenStack. That sounds cool. Potentially. But I think Proxmox is supposed to be, kind of already that thing. Let's see. Kubernetes, Terraform. Never mind. This is too much. I think that this is what somebody would want to build on top of what we're building. I think maybe, I don't, whoops, I'm on the wrong screen. Sorry, let me bring this up on the screen. I don't think that we and our clients are at the level where we need Kubernetes and Terraform. And when I've seen people use it, mostly it just seems to confuse things. I realize that when you're at a big level and you're deploying hundreds or thousands of instances, I understand that this stuff becomes a necessity. But I've seen people bicker and argue about it in smaller companies. I have not seen a clear win out of this stuff, and most of the time it sounds like people just complain about it. It's a lot of layers of abstraction and confusion. Now, I do know of a guy who seems like he really likes Kubernetes, and I should talk with him and figure out what it's about. What it is about it that he likes. But from what I understand of it, we don't really want a lot of complexity. We want really simple stuff. Just simple stuff. At least for me. I don't want a lot of complexity. I don't want to have to hire somebody who's just a full-time DevOps and developers not be able to understand how to use the stuff we're building. I want to build something that's more for developers, that just makes certain things a little simpler. Who still have the same problem that Amazon or Azure has, making private networks. But this is not hard stuff, right? You're talking about a couple of lines of configuration. You're literally just, it's like you type out a command. Creating a network is not like this big, huge thing, right? The really hard stuff, the stuff that would have taken a long time to figure out, is what Proxmox does. And it doesn't do everything that we want. There's a couple of things that we have to add on top of this. But we're talking about a few commands. We need an API for a few commands. Creating a private network, this is not, I mean, creating a bridge device and assigning it a subnet, this is not a big deal. Limiting resource usage, it's built in, right? I mean, I click create CT here. Let me just go ahead and I'm just going to put a junk password in here. Whoops. All right, so go on to this one. I'm just going to select anything, doesn't matter, select anything. Okay, right? So limiting resource usage, not a problem. We just have a database. I mean, we could literally do this in a Google Sheet. Okay, I've got a little, there you go. Here's how to really help a client, and I'm not kidding. Okay, you want to help a client? Put their database in a Google Sheet. There's one client I just worked with, that would have been the better thing for her. In fact, if I could go back and recommend that she start doing this, I absolutely would. There's so much stuff that she's got going on. Literally, it could be a 2-tab Google Sheet, and it would be the perfect solution for her. It would be so much less headache, and it would eliminate a ton of complexity in her. Yeah, hold on. But people in the age of Postgres, people underestimate the value of a CSV file, right? And that's essentially what this stuff can be. It's just, there's a certain amount of stuff, you put something in, you update the sheet, and you make sure that the amount of available stuff, the amount of dedicated stuff doesn't exceed the amount of available stuff, and the amount of burstable stuff doesn't exceed some percentage of the available stuff. You know, so I think, and you know, I could be wrong and whatever, maybe I'm wrong. You know, maybe this stuff is super complicated, but you know, if I'm going to use OpenStack or Kubernetes or whatever it is, don't I still have to go into a web interface and click on buttons? I mean, don't I still have to go in and click, oh, limit this to this, limit this to that? Don't I still have to click the buttons? So if I click the buttons here, and I put a little bit of sales UI in front of it, or if I click the buttons there, and I put a little bit of sales UI in front of it, is it that big of a difference? I do not want to build what Docker does. That I do not want to do. UFW doesn't work with Docker these days. Why would you need a firewall? This is another thing. This is one of these common IT misconceptions. Okay, what does a firewall do? A firewall makes it so that only a certain number of ports are exposed to the internet, right? You know how else you can limit the certain number of ports that are exposed to the internet? Not open the ports. Only the ports that are open are accessible. No ports that are not open are accessible. So you don't actually need a firewall in most cases, especially when you're looking at something where you're doing port forwarding, right? So if the only thing that I'm sending to your instance is port 443, port 80, and port 22, the firewall doesn't even make any sense, because at best it does nothing, and at worst you accidentally, shoot yourself in the foot and can't get access to your stuff. So yeah, but I'm not trying to build what Docker does, because Docker is a very different. It's a very different. I want to do more like what DigitalOcean does. I want something where I want it to be easier to create things that are simpler and easier within a cost structure. And I don't know exactly what the cost structure would look like, but say you buy 10 units per month. 10 units of 10 V units. And a V unit can be traded for CPU, for storage, for whatever. And so I'm going to have a quarter V unit to run my database because it's a small database. It's not a big deal. I'm going to take a quarter V unit and run my web app because I wrote it in Go. Well, maybe a quarter is, maybe 256 is not enough. But, so I could split up my units. And I could say, okay, I'm going to buy for $10 a month, I'm going to buy 10 V units, and I'm going to divvy up those V units to create whatever I want. And so, and this is just a thought. I'm not entirely sure. Okay, but sorry, I didn't read the rest of that comment. Yes, I wanted to install a couple things when it loads, but I wanted to be minimal and lightweight. Yes, that is correct, Mr. H. From that point of view, yes. But when you say do what Docker does, Docker is it's a whole snapshot system. It's read-only. There's no file storage, generally speaking. And so there's a lot of things about Docker. It provides a lot of restrictions that are actually really good. And I think that Docker has a lot of use, but for something where I want to be able to get in and debug and see what's going wrong, Docker is not great, right? And I want to be able to set up some systems and people be able to do what they want to do with them. So we're gonna set it up in some default-ish way. And if they want to be able to get in and screw up a config file, let them. That's kind of my thought on it. Is if somebody wants to get in and do something on their own, let them. But I think that Docker we may support Docker natively. There might be a good use case for that, especially now that Docker is changing their business model, and I hear a lot of people are upset about that. And so it might be a good time to offer basically the Docker protocol, the ability to upload an image and download an image. But then I don't know what the licensing is on that either. And if we'd have to use an enterprise license for Docker in order to do the server side, which I'm guessing they probably make you do that. Maybe they put it only on the developer side. I haven't looked into what the license change is. I just know that people are upset about it. Yeah, you would click the buttons from the Kubernetes panel. Okay, I wanted to block some Russian guy IP from hacking the server. Ah, yeah, okay. Yeah, I get that. It's not only the ports. Yeah, we've actually had to do that before. Okay, that's fine. So UFW doesn't work with Docker to these days. To these days. So, but you would be able to run. Let's see. Would you be able to run UFW? You are on the same kernel. We could try it out and see. I think that you could. I'm not sure. There's probably some stuff like that we could put in the interface. And probably some stuff like that we would want to... Yeah. I have to think on that one. I think in the way that we're going to be hosting it, I don't expect people to be dealing directly with a lot of IP traffic. I think what I'd recommend for that case is that they do it directly in their application. So either with fail to ban or with no, that's not correct. Yeah. I think that is something we got to think about. Because another one of the things that we're going to do is IPv4 addresses have become pretty much prohibitively expensive. And so our default system is not going to have its own IP address. So we're going to do SSH over TLS. So you can get access to your container or your VM by just copying and pasting one line to your SSH config. And so with this, I think some of these rules, we might apply some things by default. And if we notice that there's some bad traffic, we may, I know that it's not conventional for a cloud company to handle that stuff, but we may just handle that at the upper layer and say, if it looks like an attack, then, we'll handle it. Also, we can do what Cloudflare does as well. Cloudflare is pretty simple, the way that I understand it. It's basically just using Hashcash. And so we could do Hashcash as well and offer that as a click button option. Do you want Hashcash protection? Yes or no? So it'll be interesting. We'll figure it out. But at the base layer, we're not. The goal is at the base layer we should be no worse than DigitalOcean. And above that, we could be better. And if we have some sort of opt-in and it doesn't work the way that we want. Okay. Remote IP forwarded. Let's see, what is this? Alright, this is what we need. I'm glad that you brought that up. I'm just going to throw this in our channel real quick. That'd actually be really good. Because Docker makes his own network, CFW gets lost. Yeah, we might want to use the common block lists at the infrastructure level and then have an ability to uncheck it. Basically, that's one of the things where I would say, hey, if you want to be able to use unfiltered traffic, then you pay extra for that. Basically anything that costs more in resources costs a little bit more in money. So if you want to allow botnets to be able to get at your server, known botnets, then yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense that you pay extra for that. And that might be a high touch endpoint, because why would you want, somebody needs to have a good reason as to why they would want to unblacklist the Russian botnet, right? Especially in the United States, which is where we're based. Because, yeah, I've seen the Russian botnets and Chinese botnets and stuff, and there was one time when I had to block them. They were attacking me for, I don't know, a good solid month, because about halfway through the month I unblocked it, and then they just started attacking again, and so I blocked it again. And then, I don't know, maybe it's still blocked to this day. I have to go back in and check. I think I turned it off at some point. But DigitalOcean, no, it's not really like AWS or Azure or GCP. It's more like, I mean, it's kind of, that's kind of weird, because I feel like everything else I would mention would be less popular than DigitalOcean. So there's Linode, there's Thrust VPS, there's Vultr, there's Scaleway. Vultr and Scaleway, I think, are almost at a similar level of DigitalOcean. I was thinking more in terms of whitelist an IP or blacklist X remote employee or something. Yeah. And I think we could make that a checkbox. I mean, if you look at the caddy config, I think... Yeah. I think it'd be really easy to add a checkbox for this in the UI and to update the person's instance and not have any negative effect on anyone else. I'll be interested to know. I think that Ryan does most of the stuff with IP tables, but I think a common trend is and is going to continue to be that people are less and less Linux fluent. So I don't want Linux fluent people to have a bad time, but I think as the web progresses, more and more is going to be at higher levels, at the application layer. This employee may have had DB access, so we don't want them accessing web app or servers in any way. Yeah, that makes sense. And by the way, hello everybody, how's it going? So let me get back to this. We've had a great conversation here. The thing I was looking at is OpenRC init. Okay, fetching SSH keys, check path, case, wget, kopt, SSH key. Ah! There we go. Kopt SSH key. So I'm not sure exactly what this is. Read kernel options. Okay, deleting itself. This is it. This is it. This is the one right here. This is it. This is awesome. This is exactly what I wanted. And again, we see that whole thing that DigitalOcean was talking about with their IP address for their config stuff. It looks like this was it. Is this POSIX script? The OpenRC run is probably POSIX. Or possibly POSIX. It looks POSIX-y. Because if you didn't want to be POSIX, you can do this little ditty right here. You can do this in Bash, but you can't do it in POSIX. And it's got to be POSIX because it's Alpine. Okay. Oh, I was not familiar with the M option to mkdir. I'm also not familiar with checkpath. Okay, so I just learned something highly valuable. What was that? Etsy. Whoops. init.d first boot. That's what it's named, right? Yep. Cool. So this would be very easy to update then. Okay. Fetching SSH keys. There we go. Cool. Proc command line. Interesting. This is so interesting. I should probably just get that downloaded and not have that be a potential point, a hang-up point. Let me just go ahead and download that. Just run. Okay. Let me go here. Alright, I'm going to check comments in just a second, but I want to get this done first. Key URL. We should allow people to pass the URL for the keys, but whatever. Okay, let me get out of here. And let me go... Whoops. Let me run Troot again. Well, this is great. Hey, mission accomplished in terms of I'm able to do what I had hoped that I would be able to do. It looks like I'll have to actually create the container and see. But I'm pretty confident that I have successfully created an Alpine container image that will start up on boot with the right SSH key and let me get in. So I guess I'll find out that soon. Okay, let me get back over here to comments. NF tables is supposedly the current IP tables. Meh. Okay, so this is probably not going to work. Let me see here. Oh, Vim. We also need to add Vim. Permit root login, prohibit password. That's good. Password authentication, yes. That should obviously be no. There we go. So both of those should be no. Alright, so we've got here config, which contains fish, man. We have here what? .bashrc. Hey, look! VI now supports arrow keys. That's interesting. Okay. So... disable password. Okay. Gecko's field, login shell. Don't assign a password. Okay, does this work? Let me just check in another server, because maybe I should change this to be BusyBox friendly. Geckos, my new user. Printf, hello world! What's up, Standard Air? I forget how this works exactly. Hold on. I'm going to go over to my other screen. I'm going to check my password file. Because I think the disable password, you put something like an exclamation mark in Etsy Shadow. Let me, okay. Or maybe it's an exclamation mark for don't, the user can't log in. They can run a service or something, but they can't log in, and star is no password login. Let me see. Password is locked. Okay. I think it's supposed to be bang star. Password is locked. Okay, so I think it's star. I think it's bang star. So the user cannot have a password, cannot log in with a password. What's up, Mashley? I usually use star if the account will never get a password. Exclamation if it's just temporarily closed. So I think that the exclamation in the password field, though, means that it is not allowed to get a password. So I think bang star means no password is allowed. I want to make sure I don't get that wrong, because the question is if it's just bang without the asterisk. Let's see. Accounts never had a password. Okay, usually accounts blank, never had a password. Have always been disabled. There's a different account with no password. In case no password is needed, which is obviously bad. Yeah, that should not be done. Okay, so it's, yeah, so bang is, yeah, because basically I don't want to allow passwords. That's something I'm pretty keen on. Well, I guess that can be done at the system level. Yeah. I just don't want it to be allowed. I don't want it to be allowed to have a password on an account that can have login. Right. Okay, I get what you're saying. You add the exclamation if it's temporarily locked. Okay, got it. Yep, that makes sense. But I thought that you put a bang in front of the username if you wanted to do that. I don't recall. Okay, anyway. Point is, I'm going to have a different add user script. So we're going to have to change some things in here. So disable password -G and then add user sudo. Okay, -D, don't assign a password. -G, group. Options, user, group. Create a new user, add user group. So let's just see what happens here. Okay. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do add user. Delete me. Hey, that worked. Let's see if... Do we now have a home with delete me? Okay. Do we now have Etsy? Shadow. Delete me. Okay, good. So actually no change needed for that. Because it does work with the long options. It just doesn't document them for whatever reason. Okay, cool. So this works the same. That's great. Okay, well, I think I'm ready to try this out. I think that the option that I chose of just working at the file level is going to be a good enough one. And so now, let's see, tar. Hey, it's going to be like this. CVF -C dot, right? Whoops. I don't know how that happened. Okay, so oh, whoops. Oh, this guest FS thing? Alright, never mind. So we can change that because that was... Okay. Actually, there's a few things I wanted to do before I finish up here. So one was basically I want to rumruff a lot of stuff from root. Whoops. Ah! Let's do the right root here. So we want to leave that one. I'm going to get rid of the history. I'm going to get rid of the bash RC. I'm going to get rid of local. I'm going to get rid of config. I'm going to get rid of nothing else to get rid of. And then from home, delete me. Oh, whoops. Yeah, we don't actually want delete me. Okay, hold on. Let's go back. We're going back. Del user delete me. Alright, fine. Delete me is gone. Okay, fine. Is there anything else I want to do then? I think I could run the add user now. Is there any reason that I shouldn't just add the user now? Oops. Oh, and I think I did want to install Vim. I'm not sure. Alright, grep delete me. Okay, good. Not there. I guess the group was never created for delete me. Which is fine. Okay, I don't know why I'm doing this. Hold on here. Because all I need, all this other stuff... I'm pretty sure all this other stuff has already been handled. Alright, hold on. Oh, whoops. I see where I messed up there. That would have been G. Like this. Alright, and then we go back. And we do add user app to sudo. Or wheel. And then let's go check the sudoers file. I don't know if sudo is even installed. I think it's probably not. I probably need to install sudo as well. Sudoers.d. Okay, let me check that out. Okay, I'm going to do add sudo. Oh, that was very simple. Nice. And then I think I just put in here the name of the user. Like that. Oh, XXD is needed for Vim? I did not know that. Whoa! Wow! The package size just became huge! You know what? Maybe we don't need Vim after all. There, delete. Okay, great. Yeah. We don't need that for the base image. That's huge! I did not realize how big Vim has become. I mean, still, this kind of makes me... I want to kind of remove fish as well. There we go. What else could we purge? What else do we not really need? Fix, update. We don't have it installed? Alright. So what else then? And then we'll change mod on this. Whoops. 700. Okay. So we did add sudo. What else? And I actually did want Webby to be present. Let me see. I'm going to have to redo Pathman as a shell script. Let's see here. I need a skeleton file for this. Sh. Local. Oops, CD home. Nope, sorry. Dang it. CD root. Local bin. Webby. Home app. Should just run. Let's see. Oh, interesting. Interesting. It says bin bash. Hell, even though bash doesn't exist. That's kind of sad and hilarious. Okay, so we're going to go from... Actually don't know what to do here. Switch user app? Okay, I can do that. Great. Okay. Chown-r app. Sudo chown? Okay, cool. Can't create dev null. Permission denied. Okay, that kind of makes sense. Okay, let me check back over here on comments here. How do you do integration testing for Go APIs? Integration testing or unit testing? Because integration testing, you would do it just the same way you do it with anything else, right? Is you would, I mean, you don't even have to do it in Go. You can do it in anything. But Go has a built-in package called HTTP test. Whoops, I should probably do Go. There you go, right here. And this is what you might want to use if you want to do more of a unit test style, integration test style thing. So this is really nice, helps with debugging all sorts of stuff. So Huge package. Very big. It's going to be huge. Okay. So the reason that this won't work, and I'm glad that I discovered this, is that nothing is bound to dev. So I think that I need to update my documentation on that as well. Hold on, I'm going to get out of here a couple of times. And I saw this. We need to at least mount bind dev. Oh, let's see if this works. I doubt this will work. Let me try this here. So within the Troot environment, okay, that won't work. Okay, so before we wrap this thing up, I need to be sure to remove resolve. I probably should U-mount. I'm going to remove root, hash history, bash rc, .local, .config. Okay, all those things. And then we're going to do touch. Like that. Okay, so let me try this. I'm going to go in this way. This is kind of fun. Ah! There we go. Oh, little did I know that I accidentally, in both of these, created a file called dev. There we go. Okay, so... Oh, that's a lot of stuff. Oh, Arbine, got it. Okay. Going into home. Ash isn't recognized as shell. Okay. Interesting. Huh. Oh, got it. Alright, let's see what all is here. We've got an Ash history. Cool. Alright, so let's see. What am I going to do? Home app downloads. Home app dot local opt pathman, believe it or not. Dot local bin pathman. And I don't think there's anything else I need to remove. The rest of the stuff can stay. Home app Ash history. Whoops. Interesting. That copy did not go the way that I had expected it to. Oh, interesting. Well, that didn't work out the way I wanted either. Dang it. Alright, so what I'm sorry, I'm just kind of goofing around exploring. I'm going to move this back over to home app bin. Oh, interesting. I'm so confused right now. Where am I? Ah. Alright, home app. Alright, let me just do a find on this real quick. Sorry, I got confused about where I'm at and what I'm doing here. Okay, so that looks right to me. These are the files. Yes. Okay, I'm getting out of here. I'll open up my notes. Gonna make some more notes here. Alright, so we're gonna run rough. Downloads. Pathman. Pathman. Whoops, and this should actually be the same thing. And then Ash history. And then we're gonna do the same thing for root. And for app. Did I add sudo to the ditty up here? Of what I'm... Oh, whoops. This is supposed to be the after. Okay, actually, I'm going to do this without variables, or without expansion. I'm just going to copy it twice. I feel better about that. Plus, I think I actually want to do different things here, so I'm going to do this for app. Whoops. And then let's make sure that we do this the right way, with the dot in front. And then we're going to do something similar for root. Okay, I'm almost ready to try this out. I'm pretty sure it's going to work, though. I feel like I got stuff figured out in here. Okay. Oh, and then what was I going to do? I got something for the add user bit. Okay, let me check chat. Sorry, I haven't been engaging much over with chat. Sorry. It looks like you created an empty SSH config. I don't think I created an empty SSH config. I think I created an empty SSH folder, and I created an empty config, or a config folder that has some stuff in it. What's up, Standard Air? Oh, wait, okay, yeah, I already... Yes, I've seen you before. A few minutes ago. Dang it. Alright. Unit test sucks. You have to mock everything. Well... you can test your business logic. You don't really... Well, that's what HTTP test does for you, right? Is you can start up a web server, and you can test your business logic there. But I get what you're saying. You want to have real data in your database. Yeah, agreed. Oh, it is root. It is root. Sorry. Thank you. Oh, wait. Yeah, I did update this, right? No, I didn't. What? Ah. Hold on. I'm going to have to redo this from scratch and just, follow my script that I'm creating. But for right now, we're going to keep doing it this way. Okay, so also, let me just go ahead and SSH into 192.168.3. Nope, that's wrong. Let me open up my SSH config. Oh, right. PVE1. Alright, then I've got my notes. I'm just going to put my notes on the other screen real quick so that I can read from them and copy and paste from them while I do this. So I'm going to go put this on the other screen. Ah! Too far away. All right, last time, maybe. Actually, you know what? We're just gonna do this from scratch real quick. So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna get out of here. I'm gonna just rough this Alpine custom thing entirely. Whoop! Oh crap, that was bad. You know what? We're not gonna do that. That was a bad idea. How about we unmount things first? Yes. Oh, whoops. Alpine again. Well, dang it. Okay. Target is busy. So how about -L for you, and -L for you, and -L for you. Okay. What do you mean? How did it get busy? Do we have an unmount? Umount Arbine Uh-oh. Make our... Okay, we gotta be smarter about this stuff. What am I doing? I'm gonna break the whole system. That's not what I was trying to do here. Okay, let me go back in here. Okay, that one. Oops. umount-r sys. Oops. What did I do? All right, umount-r sys. Okay, noting. Okay, now, is there anything mounted here? Why? Proc. Okay. Alright, so make another directory, Alpine 3.7 custom. I'm going to go in there. I'm going to xvf Alpine standard. Whoops. Alpine default. Okay, and then I'm going to follow my instructions. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to copy over resolve conf. Next thing we're going to do is a bunch of mounts, but done the right way this time. Next thing we're going to do is the chroot. Alright. Next thing is we're going to add curl, zip, xz, sudo, and OpenSSH. Okay. Then we're going to add user -d-g app. That wasn't actually in the docs, but I'm putting it in the docs now. Alright. Add user app wheel. Okay, there is no group sudo, that's fine. Okay, then we're going to su app. Ah, right. Let me get this. Oh, you know what I should probably do? Add user. Doesn't say what shell. Okay, S, login shell. Updating this because it should be ash. Got it. Okay, great. Updating that. Then we're going to update our first boot. And we're going to change it so that it adds the SSH keys. Alright, so instead of root, we're going to do home app. Whoops. Oh, I can't do visual mode. Oh no. Can I still find and replace everything? Ah. Can't use arrow keys. Ah. Oh. And there's no confirm. Okay. Alright, if the file doesn't exist... Alright, so we need to make sure that file doesn't exist then. Fetching SSH keys. Oh, another thing we need to do is... we need to, whoops. We need to chown this -r app home app.ssh. That's another thing that we need to do here. All right, we're not far away from actually being able to test this now. I did also want to go in here into, what was it? Etsy SSH SSHD config, and I need to turn off all forms of password authentication. Alright. So password authentication should be no. Pam should be no. Interactive should be no. I think it's just those two changes. So that should be no. Okay. And was there anything else that needs to be done here? And I wanted to have Webby available on first boot. So let us change over to Webby. Interesting. I could have sworn that we bound dev. Huh. Did I copy and paste something wrong? I probably did. Rbind dev. Oh well. Sudo chmod a plus rwx dev null. No, there we go. Wait, why is a password required? Dang it! I forgot to edit the sudoers. Okay, let me make notes here. Okay, let me go back over here for a minute. What was this? Actually, make that read only. And then I have to remember also get rid of dev null. Wait, did I get rid of my actual dev null on my real system? I might have done that by mistake. One file system option. Let's see. I did not create the SSH config. What? What? Maybe a sexy spruce walked by and that Alpine saw it and got busy? What? Hold on. I need to make sure the dev null still exists. No! Crap! I'm in trouble! Oh no! How to recreate dev null! Uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no, what have I done? I'm a little confused. How to unmount and remount dev. RMRF dev. Okay, let me see what's going on here. Ooh. think I'm going to have to reboot this thing. Get my dev null back. Ah, this is really confusing. Okay. I think we're going to have to unmount dev null from here. And I think we're going to have to recreate, and then we're going to have to delete dev null. Dang it. What is happening? Okay. It's going to take it like 10 minutes to reboot. I don't want to do that. Okay, we're just going to move forward. We're going to ignore the fact. We're going to ignore the fact that I overwrote dev null. It's going to be okay. Don't anybody worry. Everything is fine. The fact that I deleted all of my system dev nodes, it's going to be fine. It's no big deal. Okay, so back to where we were. Okay, I did touch an empty .bashrc. Actually, I was wondering about this with root. Hold on. I could have sworn that it had a bashrc in there already. Interesting. Let's see. How does ash rc file? Okay, dot profile. Okay, so there's some more stuff I needed to do here. Ah. Hold on just one second. I'm going to go back here and look at what I did. Alright, and what did I want this for? I don't remember what I wanted this for. Oh. Because I wanted to make the directory bin. And I wanted to pathman add it, and I'm lazy. I'm that lazy. Whoops. There we go. Okay. Was there anything else I wanted? Okay. So we're going to get rid of... Alright, we're going to get rid of Ash History. We're going to get rid of Local Ben Pathman. Get rid of Local Op Pathman. We're going to get rid of downloads. That's pretty much it. Okay, cool. So I think I'm done here. I'm going to exit out of this, and then we're going to try this out. I'm going to start up the virtual machine with this stuff. Okay, so we're going to exit out of there. Alright, you just got Ash History, that's it. That's all we got in root. We got nothing else. Okay, so there we go. Custom. So from here, I'm going to unmount all the things. Alright, and we're going to mount and we're going to look for Alpine. Okay. Good. Much better. Alright, and then we're going to delete a bunch of stuff from the user directory. And then we're going to delete a bunch of stuff from roots directory. And then okay, we're going to get rid of that Etsy resolve file. Hopefully the real one's still here. Good. All right. Excellent. Okay, and then we're going to touch a new Etsy resolve out of the timestamp of the original. All right, what date format does it want? Oh. Okay, it wants century, year, month, day, hour, minute, dot second. And I'm assuming I just put it out in the format that it gave me. Invalid date format. What do you mean? Century. Year. Month, day, hour, oh, minute. I don't know what the seconds were. Okay. Okay. And we did update the first boot file. Okay. Time to try this out. So last thing I'm going to do then is I'm going to run tar cvf. Let's see here. There we go. This is it. And just I'll add the -C for good measure. Okay, we won't add that for good measure then. Okay, well, there it is. So now, if I go into the interface here, I suspect I'll be able to create one of these things. Uh-oh. Oh no. All the containers are in a bad state. Okay. We're going to have to... we have to gracefully shut this down. Yeah. This is what happens when you delete proc and dev. Oh, man. That could have been much worse. Okay. Alright, so what I need then is... I accidentally deleted dev proxys. Oh, oh. Okay. Let's try to remount these things without shutting down. Okay. Doesn't know where that is. Alright, whatever. Just system restore commands from Stack Overflow. What could go wrong? Oh, all right. And what was that file that said that could break your system if you accidentally delete it? I don't think I have that file. Firmware. Yeah, I don't even have EFI, so I think we're good there. Minmap stuff I'm not so sure about. So, okay, why not use Proxmox templates? Tell me more. My understanding is that in order to create a template, I have to create a custom container or VM, and I have to configure it the way that I want, and then I have to shut it down, and then I have to go into the interface and then mark it as a template, and then I have to clone it. So that's why I'm not doing it that way, because it seems a lot simpler that I just need to figure out what I need to do, and then I need to just then I have it, right? It's there. Oh, good, it did shut down. Okay, so this is probably going to take about 5 minutes to come back up. It takes a long time for the server to come back up. I am going to see if I can go to the iDRAC and watch it come up so that I can feel better Alright, my connection's not private. Okay. Let's see if we can watch this thing boot. Virtual console. Alright, where's my launch? Here we go. Turn off your pop-up blocker and try again. Uh-oh. That doesn't look good. Yeah, this thing takes forever to boot. Ah! It's no MacBook Air, that's for sure. I would like to see what that thing was. I wish I'd taken a screen capture. I'm just gonna move this to the other screen. I mean, I think it's gonna be pretty boring to watch. Okay. So, Standard Air, I like your idea here. But from what I just tried, it seems like that probably wouldn't work. But I already rebooted. Oh, so the init script that I was modifying was just the first boot init script. So that's what I'm basing the template off of. Or, not what I'm basing the template. Yeah. So that well, when this thing comes back up, if it ever comes back up. Okay, I think that SDF read error had something to do with something at the BIOS level. Probably something that doesn't exist, that isn't actually on the server. So I think we're good there. Because it hadn't even initialized the memory yet, so I think that SDF thing was just something different. Alright. I'm staring at a black screen. That does not make me feel good. Okay, there we go. Initializing firmware interfaces. I just clicked in it and then it updated, so I'm not sure which is what. Yeah, well, I'm doing it wrong for sure. I mean, I've messed some stuff up here. Well, like for the fact that I accidentally deleted a bunch of dev nodes so I meant to remove. I forgot to unmount the bind after exiting the chroot before deleting the file. Alright, initializing firmware. Oh goodness, this thing's gonna take forever. Okay, well while that's doing that. Ah, crap. My notes. Well, thank goodness they're mostly... Just in case this thing doesn't come back up, it would be nice to have my notes. I think it'll come back up. It'll come back up. Lifecycle controller. Doing whatever a lifecycle controller does. Well, that's what we're thinking, right? There shouldn't be anything in sys, proc, or dev that doesn't get repopulated on boot. That's the idea. Uh-oh. Disconnected UEFI drivers. There shouldn't be any UEFI drivers. I'm pretty sure we did not use UEFI mode. All right, there we go. Look at that. Welcome to Grub. Yay! We're not screwed. It's, well, I mean, I guess we don't know yet, but it is booting up again. There's nothing that, I don't think there's anything that we could have been doing that would have messed that. Okay. Found group volume. Uh-oh. I don't know what that all means. Oh, I think it's saying, because the... Okay. Okay, I think it's telling me that it couldn't figure out what it was supposed to do with the ZFS pool, and the answer is, it's not supposed to do anything with the ZFS pool. Alright, now where's TrueNAS? Why did TrueNAS not start on boot? Alright, what's going on here? Maybe it is starting? Status stopped. Before I start it, I want to see... Why is it not set to start on boot? That's what I want to know. Start at boot. There we go. Well, I'm glad that we had this little snafu that way in case the power is out longer than the backup power supply lasts and it comes back up, then things will come back up. Okay. And then I need to get into my remote here, which, let's see. I don't know how long that's going to take to boot. I'm guessing it's going to take it 30 seconds or so. Alright. Can we find it on the network? It's connecting, it's connecting, it's connecting. Not found yet. Okay, now it found it. No, it didn't find it. It removed it. Let's go back to look at network locations here. Go to network. Alright, host is down. Okay, so if we look at status on this... Oh yeah, it's not booted up yet. Okay, so it's booting. It's getting there. Okay, alright, cool. It's almost up. It's almost up. So we'll know that it's up because the gigabyte usage will be something like 30 gigs. Alright, okay, it's up. It's up on the network. Uh-oh. We got a different problem, though. Hold on a second. Let me go figure this out. Alright, I can close out of this. I think I can close out of this stuff. Let me close out of some of these. I got too many things open. I'm going to check this out later. Okay, that stuff. I'm going to put that over here for now. I do need to get back into the NAS. Where's all this stuff? Okay. These things, some of these I can close out. We're going to get back to those later. Oh, wait. No, let's open this back up. I need to figure out where my TrueNAS window went because I need to I've lost access to one of the shares, and I think I know why. I think it's because I changed the owner, and rsync wanted to preserve permissions and blah blah blah. So let me go figure this out real quick. I can put this up on the screen. Oh, that's not good. That's not good at all. That's not what that should be saying. What? So my guess is that this didn't mount. Let's see if this one mounted. Nope, that didn't mount. Alright, I think there's a problem with the ACLs on TrueNAS. I think I need somebody that's a little bit beyond my ability here. Because somehow, okay, so where's this at? Okay, let's go to pools. Root storage. Oh, it's locked. Ah, yes. I was wondering how we might overcome this. Also, I have no idea what the password is. I don't remember. Unlock. Dataset passphrase. Actually, I do have an idea. Alright, unlocking the dataset. I need to figure out how to script that. Okay. Says dataset was successfully unlocked. Okay, good. Now things look good again. Now my question is, oh hey, what's up? How's it going? I'll be back to comments in just a second. Another thing happened, and you know how it goes. So let me see if I've got my... Okay, good. Storage is back up. Sweet. Okay. Let's see if I can just continue rsync where rsync left off. Nope. Just another minute here. I gotta... Okay. Copying media. Okay, cool. So now my backup restore is going back. Great. Now where am I at? Let me catch up on comments. What's up, Xeb? The issue is that I was truded into an environment, and then I got out of it, and I meant to delete the folder I had truded into, but I forgot to unmount /dev and sys and proc first, And so it put my system in a not usable state, so I had to reboot it, and that took a good 10 minutes. No, I was just saying I didn't remember what it was off the top of my head. Not that I didn't. I had to think about it for a second. It was in fact password 1 exclamation mark. And the username was Hunter2. That's right. Just look in the browser console, but why do you need to do that regularly? Well, because it's going to reboot. You know, occasionally it's going to reboot. That's why. Okay, let me, there's a couple messages that came in. I'm going to check real quick over here. Not in the chat. Okay. Okay. Mark unread. Okay, I'll get to that later. Alright, now back on task. So, we're going to get back in here, and now I should be able to create a container. Well, first I need to delete some containers. So, let me just go in here and see. I saw what the shutdown bit was, and did I log that somewhere? Okay. So I was creating this, yeah, shutdown. And then we're going to do CTID. That's the only bit there. And then if I'm not mistaken, let's see, I just had that. It's just going to be 106, right? So 999. Because that one's unlikely to exist. And I think I want to list currently running containers. I think I had that under this one. Wasn't one of these a list? Discover. That's the discover URL status. Okay, here we go. Nodes. This is what I want. When it displays the help, I'm just going to have it run this as well. And then this is going to be CTID for container ID. Alright. So this is all just prototypey stuff. Oh wait, we do want to get the status, don't we? Hold on, let me go grab that FN wait status. I think we actually will want this as well here. Okay, and then we were going to do what? My CTID equals this. So we're going to replace that there. Whoops, no. Replace this here with my CTID. And then we also had the target node. Where did that go? So, boop. And we'll wait for the status to change. And then we're just going to pass in my CTID. Oh, we don't need that one. Duh. Okay, I just copied some stuff over from the other one to get some boilerplate going. Okay. Cool. So, what's one we want to shut down? And then we want to delete it afterwards. So let's just see if we can make sure it'll shut it down. 103 should get shut down, I suppose. Or that's a template. That's what it's saying. Okay, so I'm just gonna turn this one on so that I can shut it down. And again, the purpose of the shell scripts is not this is going to be the the end all be all of how I actually use it. It's just so I've got something to play with right now. Oh no, Ryan's calling me. I don't have time for that. Let me figure out how to get this thing shut down and deleted, and then I'll answer. Okay, cool. So. Huh. 501. What? Alright, let's see. Is it shutting down? Okay, that was definitely the wrong thing. Discover, status, get last ID, nodes, LXC. This is what I wanted, right? Did I mess that up? Oh, I grabbed the status. I grabbed the status URL? No, right here. Oh, okay. Wait. We're going to do it like this. I'm just going to run this. Maybe should have piped that to JQ. Alright, and then we could probably get from here, what? Root object, data, and then I don't know how I get multiple things at a time. There probably is a way to do it. Let's see if it says in the help. And what IDs do we need? VM ID? Nah, I'll just leave it like this. Okay, cool. So did it shut it down? No, it did not. Alright, so something went wrong. Let's try, just to be able to get to the test I actually wanted to make, I might forego this for the moment. Oh, I think that that's probably going to be a delete. Let me see, is this still up here from a bajillion ago when I actually did this? Oh, come on. It would have been not too long after I'd opened this. Maybe I can just... Okay, I want to filter this by shutdown is actually the name of the request. Ah, dang it. Now that I've made the mistake of hitting that, I'll never be able to fix it. QRS, resources, R data, storage. Oh, I've refreshed the page since then. Okay, so I'm going to have to start up another one. And then let's shut this one down. Yes. Shut it down. Okay. There goes shutdown. And it is post. And what is the body of this? Where's the post body? Request headers. It doesn't look like there was any body. So it looks like it was just simply -x post. Nothing more to say about that. Okay, let's try it again then. Okay. Waiting for 501. Can we get more detail on that? Oh, whoops. Let me do, what was it? 2 to the pointer of 1. There we go. Whoops. I don't know why this would be. Let's double check on that URL there. Okay. Post. Okay. Cookie content length is 0. So why would this be? Okay, what's going on? What's not working here? Let's just check the URL again. Nodes PVE LXC 106 status shutdown. I'm pretty sure that token's still good. I don't think it expired. Oh, I think I actually left my secret in the... There's my token for anybody that wants my token. I just left it in the output. That's okay. We'll rotate it all eventually. Oh, whoops. Oh, I see what went wrong. I see what went wrong. I didn't actually copy any of the stuff over after the base URL bit. There we go. That'll help. There we go. Okay, now let's try it. Still return an error. Oh, not running. Fine. Alright, let's try 107 then. Cool. Alright, that probably would have worked then. Alright, so then I need to get .data out of that. Is that what I need to do? Whoops. Alright, so this would be my task ID .data. I think that's how it would have worked. Okay, anyway, so we get it shut down. Alright, and then let's check out how it does a delete. And this is probably going to be pretty similar. Alright, so how do we delete? And I'll check chat in just a second. Remove. Okay, so dang it. There we go. This is what I want. I want to know what those options were. Oh, and was this a delete? Ah, nice. Delete. I like that. Okay. Okay, let's get syntax highlighting back here. And that's a delete. Alright, cool. Okay, and then this would have given back data. Alright, and then it would be checking tasks. But where are we checking? Whoops. Oh well. Okay, now let me check chat. But when you unmount correct, should this happen? Yeah, so it's encrypted. So when it shuts down cleanly and reboots, it comes back up. It's locked because it's encrypted. So that is the desired behavior. So I don't have the Time Machines encrypted because Apple encrypts the Time Machine backups on the client side, and so for that folder, for that pool, I don't worry about it. But for all the other data, it should all be encrypted at rest. So everything's encrypted at rest, but the Time Machine backups, I thought it wouldn't make sense to double encrypt it. So, I mean, I guess it wouldn't make a difference because it's pretty much the same amount of CPU for the server no matter what. Well, I guess slightly different. Anyway, it's not that big of a difference. But I thought, since the Time Machine backups, it better to let the Time Machine backups, that the decryption key be managed by the Apple computer than have the decryption key managed in two places. Oh. Ah. Okay, so destroy. Actually, let me see. Ah, there we go. I do want this. My task ID. Error create failed. Echo my task ID. Okay. Alright, so then don't actually need to do any of that because the output that's there is sufficient. And yeah, we can wait for that. Okay, so now I'm going to try the destroy. Proxmox destroy 106. Oh, and it needs to be delete on a post. Okay, why did it return a 500? Fine. Wait. Did it say error? Okay, dash V. Maybe not quite so much V. Alright, what am I looking at here? Oh, whoops, this is the wrong one. Alright, hold on. Let me change this a little bit. Alright, weight's back in place. And then all of this task ID stuff. That goes back into here. My task result is going to be equivalent to this. I didn't think I was going to be on this long doing this stuff. It's meant to be just a little distraction because I've got a bit of a cold and just kind of feeling mad. I just wanted to work on something that that was on my mind, I guess. Oh. Oops. Okay. Looks like it's dinner time, probably. Okay. So I need to wrap up anyway. Okay, my task result is blah, 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 blah. Oh, there we go. Okay. Requested URL returned an error. Did we already delete that one? We did delete that one. Okay, that's why that returned an error. Okay. So why does the next one return an error? Maybe because that's not the right thing to check for. Okay, I'm just going to clear this out. Pending resources, pending resources, pending resources. Let's go to, oops, destroy. Okay. Yes. Okay, I will. Alright. Love you too, bye. Okay, so yes, it is time for dinner. Let me, okay, clear these out and then click here as quickly as I can. Oh, dang it. My guess is that none of this was actually important to that. Okay, get rid of all that. Checkbox, checkbox. It's going to be... Okay. Alright, so we went from here to current, status, resources, it doesn't look like it went to tasks, resources, pending. Let me see. Waiting status, tasks, task ID status, right? So it should be tasks, my task ID status. There we go. Status, no. So it gives us a task ID. But I guess we're not allowed to wait for it? Hold on. Oh, okay. That right there was to... This whole bit was to escape it. Escape the special characters. Okay, let's shut down another one. So we're going to do shut down 108. Oh, it's already shut down. So destroy 108. Let's make sure everything... We just can't do 102. That's the one that we don't want to do. Alright, internal error Y. I guess maybe this one doesn't have statuses, maybe? Oh, wait. No, that's supposed to be a get. This is supposed to be delete. That's all. Everything's good there. My URL. I don't know. I don't know what's going on there. My task result. Let's see what we get. $109. No such URI. Okay. Fair enough. So I guess we don't wait on those. Alright, so what do I need to do then? Let's just comment out this waiting for stuff, because I don't think we actually can use it. And then, why don't we do a little for my CTID in do done. Okay, why is this? Okay, don't use that on the iterator name in loops. Okay, so 101, testing McTest face. 104. 103 would be fine to delete as well, although I don't think we can. Okay, 110, 111, 112. 110, 111, 112. And I don't want to save this in history. Really? Did we get rid of them all? Okay, good. And I'll try Testy 3 as well. Okay. 103. Not 102. I wonder if I can give this a different ID. I'd like this to be, 1,000 or something. Alright, so with all that out of the way, let's go ahead and create the container. And we're going to give it the ID of... sure, we can give it 101. It is There's no nesting. It is unprivileged. The host name is going to be Alpine Custom. Resource pool is whatever. Password. When we script this, we won't allow a password. SSH key. There's my public key. Alright, next. Alpine. There's our custom image. Storage. I need to set up more storage. CPU. I don't know what that even means. We're going to go with 2 cores. Okay, memory. No swap. Network. Static. We're going to go with 192.168.0. What was this one? 103. Was that right? No, 101? Okay. So, whoops, sorry. This should be 111 then. 192.168.0.1. DNS. Confirm. Start after created. Okay. So I'm going to check to see if we get logged into this thing, and then regardless, I got to go. Yes, I do need to go eat dinner. I'm working quick for dinner, yep. And we're right on that. I'm always doing the coolest things. Well, I'm glad that you are jealous. I mean, I'm not glad that you're jealous, but, you know. What? File format not recognized. Oh, I know why this is. I know why this is. Hold on. This is very, very simple. I'm going to go fix this. Because I gave it the name .xz, but I forgot to actually zip it that way. So we're just going to move that to tar for now. Well, I guess we could xz it. I don't even want to xz it. I just want to do this again real quick. Okay. So we're going to create the thing. Host name is testy1. No nesting. Oops. Dang it. Okay. Public key is right here. Okay, template. Oh. Okay. I guess it has to have an extension like that. Okay. Where'd I go? Alright, cool. Come on. Okay, there we go. So, nothing special about disks. I'm just going to breeze through these options because what I want to test here. Wait, was it 11? I don't actually remember what my starting address was on these, but I think it was 10. I think this won't break anything. Okay. Task is okay. Alright, great. Oh, I forgot to hit start on boot. Or start on create. Okay, now we go out here and we do... Hopefully that's... I didn't just screw this up. Connection refused. Okay, I'll have to check that out later. It may be because I added OpenSSH, but I didn't start it. Okay. Hold on. Alpine open RC SSH. RC update add SSH. I forgot to do that earlier. Okay. And then maybe start? Etsy init. Okay. Okay. Now let's try again. Okay, so something went wrong, but it mostly worked. With that, adios. Alright, I gotta go. We'll, hopefully I don't get in too much trouble. I'll see if we can raid here. Let's see if there's somebody on. And let's see. Rocks Codes is on. Alright, we're gonna raid Rocks Codes. Boom. Catch y'all later. Adios.